Alright, let's start. I'll have to keep the hours shorter than I was doing before because I have to put more volume to poker. I'm not playing as many hours as I should, so I'll have to keep this stream short, around 3 to 4 hours, and that's what I'm gonna do today. And then the rest of the day I'm gonna play poker. So yeah, let's start right away. Oh, I forgot to change the name of the stream. Stream information. Today is day 14, I believe. 14th. Let's see if it changes. Yeah. Alright, so let's start. There's a function that splits an array first argument into groups the length of size second argument, and returns them as a two-dimensional array. Two groups the length of size. Splice method should be. Let's go an array. Splice method changes the content of an array by removing or replacing existing elements and or adding new elements in place. That's not what I want to do. Index at which to start changing the array. Greater than the length of the array, start will be set to the length of the array. In this case, no element will be deleted, but the method will behave as an adding function. So the second argument is the size of the second element. Is the length of the groups. So at size, I want to cut the loop. I'm not gonna do a loop for this one, I think. Split array and size. I think that's just one command is enough, because if I split it, it's gonna be split array and size, then join the slice might be more efficient. This last method returns shell copy of a portion of an array to new array object selected from start to end not included. Or start and end represent the index of items in there. So the problem is when you have one parameter that is going to change and want to loop through the array. Loop through the array slicing it. Okay, model. So this goes the index, the size. What if it's an odd number? I want to be able to split them into equal sizes. Negative indexing views indicate an offset from the end of the sequence. Show end extraction. Shift already, so. It turns a new string by concatenating off the elements in let's try to use this map, I think. Map function. Use a callback. Current value, the current element being processed in the array. Index of the current element being processed in the array. The array map was called upon. Value to use as this when executing callback. Value to use as this when executing callback. Now choose map. Since map builds a new array, using it when you aren't using the return array, you don't interpreter. It's for each or for off instead. I'm using the array to return something, or you're not returning a value from the callback. For each method excludes the provided functionals for each array element. Let's see what this does. Why is this function not working? That's slice size. Try to use map instead. Oh, maybe that's fine. Problem is it calls on every element. Now it's, let me see. So this creates this here. It should return this is the thing is gonna loop and return the same thing. Try something. How do I indicate the index? Almost there. So this has to be made only once, and I'm looking through the element and applying the function. So how can I make it? So it repeats only 2 times. Maybe size here instead of element. Should change that. Element no, fine. Or maybe I can cut the extra ones off. That should work. and see what happens. There we go. This. If I do this, so I want the middle ones. Yeah. Size plus 1. Size minus 1. Let's test this out. So a couple of them are right and a couple of them are wrong. It's because this has to be a function of the number. Let me check this one. Maybe if I put size times this thing. And it's gonna give me num because I'm trying to multiply a number, but yeah, true. With an array. I think I'm gonna do a for loop and start now it's creating groups, but it's still creating groups. Let me comment this out so let's go on top. R1 is not defined. So I'm gonna put this outside here. Then I'm gonna raise this. Let's console log this. Okay. So this is giving me back 0, 1 show. It's supposed to give me 3, 4, 5 and then 6. Maybe if I just make I equal signs instead of plus equal. But then it's gonna reinitialize every time. And I'm making it actually, let me take this out of here. Let's do this. I'm gonna put it outside of the loop and see if it changes anything. How can I determine the final length? Maybe to size. Still giving me the initial one. Maybe the other way I did it was better than this one. Let's see something here. Maybe if I change this. Now it's 3, 4, 5, 6. Or maybe if I make just R instead of this. Then it just doesn't change anything. I really don't get it why it doesn't slice. If I don't make it equal to a variable. Let me try to do it the other way that I think was getting closer than this way. This way. So for each element, I'm gonna do this function. If element smaller than R size, R dot slice 0 size, else R dot slice size. Maybe if I put an element here, element size. Maybe 4. Same thing. Now it's giving me 2 here. Almost there, I think. So if it's equal, it's gonna slice from 0 to size. And the final should be element. That doesn't make sense. I need to keep this a function of what element is it? Function of the index. What's wrong here? Oh, suppose not. If I take this else statement, it doesn't work. Or maybe it's just no. What if I could say make the position of the array equals to 1. Equal to size. Filter. Maybe a function inside of the function. Does slice change the initial array? Splice. I think I'm gonna use splice actually. Might be easier. Let's use splice. How do I determine the maybe here is just size, true. So on the slice and push, which with the intervals that were given. Let's put smaller than size here. The index at which to start changing the array. If we know the length of the array, start with set to the length of the array. In this case, no element will be deleted, but the method will behave as an adding function, and adding as many elements as item, and provided if negative, it will begin that many elements from the end of the array. An integer indicating the number of elements in the array to remove from start. If the dict count is omitted, or if its value is equal to or larger than array dot length, start. It is equal or greater than the number of elements left in the array starting at start, then all the elements from the start to the end of the array will be deleted. I really don't understand. This is just 3. It's pushing just 3. If I change this. Yeah. I don't understand. Maybe this condition is wrong. I just delete this, let's see what happens. This one should be, so it has to be size minus 1 also. Also should have return 6, you don't need that. So the problem is that's not pushing the right elements. So let me make this equal to a variable. Almost. So it's not pushing the final line. Let me change this to size. So we need to push the final value. So after this loop, because if it's an odd number, there's gonna be one left out. So r1.push r length. R undefined. I should know the next index of an array. That's true. Yeah, that's not what I want. Returns the last index of which given element. Maybe index of. Yeah, and I make it equal. I make a variable equal to index of. First index at which given element can be found. Yeah, not gonna work as well. So maybe I put this inside of if statement. Because I want to push the value outside of this loop, but Wait, it's actually working, I think. Yeah, it is returning me. Oh, it's because I spliced. So the only element left is that one. One here. So there's still some that are not working. Oh, it's for the ones that have that are not odd numbers is not working. For should return this. Why? Oh, it's because it's cutting 4x4. And this one is also not working. This should do it, I think. Let's see if this changes anything. R.length is different than size. No, but it's not. It's gonna the size is gonna depend. The length of the array is gonna depend on by how many times it's cutting the array. That's the issue. So the remainder has to be pushed if it is the remainder. So how can I say this? I can make if r.length equals to size, but then it's gonna push another time. If in cases, this case for example, it's gonna be equal to size and it's gonna be 3 here. Maybe if r different than 0. Let's run this. Almost. Just one left. I'm gonna put this one here. That's wrong. printed the whole thing. It should return 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So the last group is not splicing correctly. If I change this to 0 minus 1, size plus 1, and it's gonna change the length. So why is this not cutting? In the correct order. Maybe here. That's the numeric. Yeah, there we go. Now it should be working. Yes, there we go. Now let's see the solutions. You can definitely feel that they're improving like this. Even though it might be harder in future problems, I'm getting better at remembering what each function does and each method does with repetition. Math is great, man. I'll go for this algorithm. Let's just split R. First argument to smaller chunks of arrays with the length provided by size. Second argument. There are foregoing checks, objectives, or code needs to pass in order to complete this algorithm. Into one, the links above suggest to use array.push, so let's start by first creating a new array to start. The smaller array we will soon have like this. Into next we will need a for loop to loop through array. Finally, we need a method to the actual splitting. We can use array.slice to do that. The key to this algorithm is understanding how a for loop, size, array.slice, and array push all work together. Let's see what they do. If A different than size. Oh, I think I forgot to do this also. Because the index has to be different than the size. If the remainder of A divided by size is different than size minus 1, temp.push array, else temp push array, result.push temp. First we'll create two empty arrays called temp and result, which we will eventually return. Our for loops until A is equal to or more than the length of the array in our test. Inside our loop, we push to temp using temp push if the remainder of A divided by size is not equal to size minus 1. Otherwise, we push to temp. I wonder why though, I don't understand. A divided by size, the remainder of A divided by size has to be different than size minus 1. What if it's equal? Oh, anyway. As you push to temp to the result variable and reset temp to an empty array. Next, if temp isn't an empty array, we push it to result. Finally, return it by that. So let's look at the other one. R.push, R.slice. Note that this for loop does not loop through array. That we're using the loop to generate numbers. You can use as indices to slice the array in the right locations. That makes sense. So the first value is always gonna be that actually doesn't make sense to me. Because from the way I think, this is supposed to give the same, make the same mistakes I was making with the map function, where every element I applied the function, but that's not what I wanted because it was breaking in the wrong parts. For example, if I equals 0 is going to be 0 plus I equals 0 and size equals 2. That's it. It's going to be 0 and 2. Then the next one is going to be 1 and 3. So it's not going to break it into 0 and 2, 2 and 4, and so on. In my mind. But it's supposed to work, so. Oh, it's because of the way the loop is structured here. It's not I plus 1, it's I plus equal plus sign, size. So each loop it iterates from size. Now I get it. So it's gonna go from 0, then since size is 2, I is gonna become 2, and then 4, and so on. Inside our loop, we create each chunk using our designs and add this value to our .show push. Yeah. Let's look at the other Y wire. Another loop. Same thing he did on the other one. Basically. Fourth. Spy 0 size. Wow, this works also. New r.push r.spy 0 size. Oh yeah, that makes more sense actually than what I did. Instead of looping through the splice and pushing, you just push the splice on the loop. And then when it gets to the end, it's gonna push automatically. You don't need to push the last index, the last element outside of the loop. First, you create a variable new array. I don't think you need to read the description on this one. Turn on. If r length smaller than or equal size, return r. This one I don't understand. How is this supposed to be correct? Oh, if it's smaller than the size that gave, is gonna return the array. Else is gonna slice 0 size. And then concatenate. This is a recursive method. dot size. Array smaller than size is returned in nested. For any array larger than size, it is split in two. First segment is nested and concatenated with second segment, which makes it a recursive call. But shouldn't this give the same R slice in the beginning? Let's put this code on Python tutor so you can understand how it works. Well, I'm also gonna look for the solution of the useful programmer on YouTube. youtube.com.
Ter Oi Fibra é aproveitar 200 MB por R$ 99,90. Ficar todo mundo conectado.
Hello friends, welcome back. Today we're going to do an exercise called Chunky Monkey. We want to write a function that splits an array, the first argument, into...
No, let's go to the next section. Finally. Object-oriented programming. This is a huge section also. Let me visualize this first. Oh, it doesn't have any steps. Oh no, I forgot to give an argument. Let me take one of these. Let's take this one. I forgot to call the function at the end. Well, this one's gonna be hard, a hard section, I think. Hopefully not, but... Okay, so it returns r.slice 0 sign. So this is R, and this is the slice. So now it's concatenated all the pieces it created. It's still confusing as fuck actually, but...
groups the length of size, which is the second argument, and returns them as a two-dimensional array. So yeah, let's look at the tests here. A, B, C, D, and then we want to do it 2. So we want to split this into 2. If it's 3, we want to return a collection of arrays with 3 elements in them. If it's 2 here, we're breaking them into 2 elements. Here we're doing it into 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 4 and then 5, 6. You'll notice that the first one has 4, but the second one has 2 because there's 6. So we deal with the leftovers like that. And so yeah, let's first off console log here. A, B, C, D. So we're just returning the array, which is ridiculous. So what we want to do is find a way to, with each time that we go by 2, we put that into a result. So first off, let's let result equal an empty array, and then we'll return the result. And then we want to say, at the end of the day, this one's going to be A, B. 1, 2, 4, 4. Okay, so we're going to let I equal 0. I is less than the array.length. So we're just going to iterate through the array, and I plus equals 1. So we're going to do it one at a time. Well, okay, so the size is 2. So we can have I increment by the size of 2. So I is initially 0, and then we'll take the result, and we're going to push the array dot slice where we go I and then I plus size. Okay, so what are we doing here? Instead of incrementing by 1, we want to go size like there. We don't want to do 2. So instead of incrementing by 1, we're incrementing by however many there are here. So I starts off at 0, and while I is less than the length of it, then we want to say I is plus equal to the size. So we're going to add 2. So 0 plus 2 is 0 to 2. And so then we have...
Just makes...
Yes, we want to take all of the elements from position 8 until...
Solutions. Think about things people see every day, like cars, shops, and birds. These are all objects. Tangible things people can observe and interact with. What are some qualities of these objects? A car has wheels, shops sells items, bird has wings. These qualities or properties define what makes up an object. Note that similar objects share the same properties, but may have different values for those properties. For example, all cars have wheels, but not all cars have the same number of wheels. Objects in JavaScript are used to model real-world objects, giving them properties and behavior just like their real-world counterparts. Here's an example using this concept to create a duck object. This duck object contains properties name. Yeah, create a dog object with name. Name and num. Nice. That should be a comma instead of a... and set them to a string and a number respectively. Oh, this is an easy one. First one starts easy. Print both properties of the dog object to your console. The notation is used on the object name duck, followed by the name property. Where's properties? Also that one. What's what? Print both properties of the dog object to your console. Can I do this? Sure. Spot her, yeah. Let's do this one instead. This one doesn't work. Interesting. I still don't understand very well the difference between using dot notation and the brackets. Using the dog object, give it a method called stay legs. So dog stay legs. That's their properties, their function. This adds different behavior to an object. Here's a different example. So it is the same thing but function. Function. And I guess I can use the other notation also. Right. Modify the dog.sayLegs. Okay, so this function To remove any references to dog, use the duck example programs. Which was issue this keyword plus this. There we go. So this, I think I'm gonna read that one actually, so I want to understand better what this is. Last challenge, introduce a method to the duck object. It use duck.name.notation to access the value for the name property. When this evaluate to access the object's property, there is a pitfall here. If variable name changes, any code referencing the original name will need to be updated as well. Also, that's why people use this, so that when you change the variable, all of the things attached to it stay the same, have the same function. A short object definition, it isn't a problem, but if an object has many references to its properties, there is a greater chance of error. Yeah, okay, so I got it now. Just skip this. Constructors are functions that create new objects. You define properties and behaviors that belong to the new object. Think of them as a blueprint for the creation of new objects. Here's an example of a constructor. Oh no, it is this notation. Color. I don't know what I will assign this to. Numbers. This constructor defines a bird object with properties name, color, and numlegs, set to Albert, blue, and true respectively. Constructor follow a few conventions. Constructors are defined with a capitalized name to distinguish them from other functions that are not constructors. Constructors use the keyword this to set properties of the object they will create. Set the constructor this refers to the new object it will create. Constructors define properties and behaviors instead of returning a value, as other functions might. So it sets the characteristics of the variable, just like an object does. Create a constructor dog properties name, color, and numlegs. They're set to a string, and a number, respectively. So it should be a string. Use the dog constructor from the last lesson to create a new instance of dog. assign it to a variable count. Okay, here's the bird construction for the previous challenge. It's gonna be a new dog. And this is gonna pass probably, but let's read. Notice that the new operator is used when calling a constructor. This tells JavaScript to create a new instance of bird called bluebird. Without the new operator, this inside the constructor will not print to the newly created object. So every time you want to create a variable that's attached to that object, you just tap new. Okay, understand? Without the new operator, now bluebird has all the properties defined inside the bird constructor. So constructor is used to, if you want to create a bunch of different variables that have similar properties but not exactly the same. So we create the mainframe first, which is the constructor, and then create everything else from that mainframe. Just like any other object, the properties can be accessed and modified. Here's the dog constructor, yeah, Expo. Let me see. Oh, still didn't change the name of the string. I thought it was day 14 now. No, it is changed. The bird and dog constructors from last challenge worked well. However, notice that all birds that are created with the bird constructor are automatically named Albert, are blue in color, and have 2 legs. What if you want birds with different values for name and color? It's possible to change the properties of each bird manually, but that would be a lot of work. Yeah. Suppose you were writing a program to keep track of hundreds or even thousands of different birds in an aviary. It would take a lot of time to create all the birds and change the properties to different values for every one. To more easily create different birds objects, you can design your bird constructor to accept parameters. Then passes in the values as arguments to define each unique bird into the bird constructor. So this name equals name, this color equals color, and I'm guessing this is gonna take any argument that you wanna give. Let me finish reading. Then pass in the values as arguments to define each unique bird into the bird constructor. Let cardinal equal new bird, Bruce red. Also, you automatically don't need to type it out every time. Just do it on the same line. This gives a new instance of bird with name and color properties set to Bruce and red, respectively. The num legs properties are still set to true. The cardinal has these properties. The constructor is more flexible. It's not possible to define the properties for each bird at the time it is created. Which is one way that JavaScript constructors are so useful. They group objects together based on shared characteristics and behavior, and define a blueprint that automates their creation. Create another dog constructor, this time set it up to take the parameters name and color and have the property numLegs fixed at 4. Numlegs fixed 4. Then create a new dog saved in a variable here. That's here. This new dog. Pass it 2 strings. Arguments for the name and color properties. Bob and brown. Color is not defined. So it's giving me this Oh, I didn't put the arguments here. That's the difference. Name calling. So that's yeah, that was what I was wondering. It's because so each one that you want to make variable, you have to put it here. The other ones are gonna be fixed, I think. That's how JavaScript knows which ones are gonna be more malleable, if you can say like that. Anytime a constructor function creates a new object, the object is said to be an instance of its constructor. JavaScript gives a convenient way to verify this with the instance of operator. Instance of allows you to compare an object to a constructor, return true or false based on whether or not the object was created with the constructor. Here's an example. So this is to verify if the object is a constructor of another object. Anytime a construction function creates a new object. Yeah, so it's the object inside of the construction function is an instance of its constructor. JavaScript gives a convenient way to verify this with the instance of. So it's to verify if the object is an instance of the constructor function. If an object is created without using a constructor, instance of will verify that it is not an instance of the constructor. So the first is that it is a variable. Create a new instance of house. Constructor calling my house. I forgot that before. My house equals new house. And passing a number of parameters. 5. Then use the instance of it's going to be variable first. Instance of house. And this is gonna give me true. Yeah. Next one. Add the own properties of canary to the array own props. Add own properties of canary. Okay, canary new bed. To the array own props. In the following example, the bird constructor defines two properties, name and legs. Name and legs are called own properties because they are defined directly on the instance object. That means that duck and canary each has its own separate copy of these properties. In fact, every instance of bird will have its own copy of these properties. The following code adds all of the own properties of duck to the array own props. And it's going to be push bird.push. Okay. Bird.push is not a function, so it's the variable canary, not the function. It's not a function. Oh no, it's gonna be the array on props. Yeah, there we go. In fact, every instance of bird will have its own copy. Following code adds all of the own properties of duck to the array on props. For that properties. Maybe I should do the loop thing. For that property in duck. Property is a variable that's I'm gonna take different values in duck, which is the object of the function, the function bird. If duck dot has on property on props push. I think I need to do this for loop, but let's test it out. So let me see the error I'm getting. As dumb legs and name. Dumb legs and name. What if I don't think this is gonna work, but yeah. Duck has on property on props push property. How does JavaScript know what property is? It's a variable, that property in duck. That variable in duck. If duck has on property, variable on props dot push property. Name and legs are called on properties because they are defined directly on the instance. Let me copy the command we did, and then I'm gonna change this property name for name and num legs. Just see what happens. And this command checks first to see if the duck so here instead of duck is going to be a canary, I think. Duck's not defined. And here, I'm not sure if this, let's see if this passes. So I think this should be name. But then I don't know, what about the num legs? Let's change this to num legs to see what happens. Yeah, should include values num legs. So this only accepts the argument that is here, it's my guess. And then it checks for all of them that are attached to the, or maybe it's because this bird only has name property, this canary. No, because num legs is fixed, that's why. Yeah. What you have after that will contain the value of each property at a time. So first it will be name, then num legs. That's why it's called property, because it will go through all of them. Even if they are variables as well, if they are arguments inside of here. Because now, as I understand, num legs is passing because it's fixed for every bird. But if you let's say I put let's try this actually. And now it's giving me brown. Well, let's see if this passes. It still passes. That's why it's called property, because it's called from, it grabs the variable names from canary. Yeah, get it now. But maybe if I put numbers, no, I think it's gonna pass through all of them. Anyway. And then the next property should the prototype of dog. And change code to the bow design. Okay. So I guess it's gonna be the same thing as the other ones. Since numlex will probably have the same value for all instance of birds, we essentially have a duplicated variable numlex inside each bird instance. This may not be an issue when there are only 2 instances, but imagine if there are millions of instances. There will be a lot of duplicated variables. Better way is to use bird's prototype. Properties in the prototype are shared among all instances of bird. Here's how to add numlex to the bird prototype. Bird prototype.numlex. So dog prototype numlex equals 4. I guess it's gonna be like this. No, the numlex isn't going anywhere at the moment. Grabs the variable name chunk. A better way is to use bird's prototype. Already that's now all instances of bird have the numlex property. Since all instances automatically have the properties on the prototype, think of the prototype as a bridge type for recommending objects. Note that the prototype for duck and canary is part of the bird constructors as bird.prototype. Nearly every object in JavaScript has a prototype property, which is part of the construction function that created. This passes. Okay. So I'm not sure if I remember. This dog.prototype the variable. You have now seen 2 kinds of properties: own properties and prototype properties. Own properties are defined directly on the object instance itself, and prototype properties are defined on the prototype. So own properties are defined directly on the object itself. It's a part of the object, and prototypes for all of the variables of that object from the constructor function. Here's how you add ducks own property into the array own props, and prototype properties to the array prototype props. So function bird name is the own property. Bird prototype numlex prototype property, and y is outside of the brackets here, the curly braces. Here's how you add ducks own property to the array and props. Duck new bird donut. It creates 2 empty arrays and then loops through duck, checks if it has own property, and then else pushes property. And all of the own properties of Beagle to the array own props, and all of the prototype properties of the add all of the own properties of Beagles. So I have to do the same thing for let name in Beagle. Let me see if I can remember. Has own property. beagle that has on property name. If beagle has on property name, then I push dot on props. No, on props dot push beagle name, actually name, and else prototype type props dot push name dot push name. And this is gonna check for the properties that are malleable, I think is the word. And if it's not, then there's a prototype property, which is gonna be fixed on every instance of the function dog, I think. Yes. Should be correct, I think. Yes, that's cool. There is a special constructor property located on the object instance duck and beagle that were created in the previous challenges. All dogs share num legs, but every dog has individual own name. Yeah. And then the JavaScript doesn't need to repeat every time. Every time you create an instance of the object, you just stay on the constructor function. As I understand it, no, at least. Change code below this line. There is a special constructor property located on the object instance duck and beagle that were created in the previous challenges. Duck.constructor equals bird. True. Note that the constructor property is a reference to the constructor function that created the instance. The advantage of the constructor property is that it's possible to check for this property to find out what kind of object it is. Here's an example how this could be used. If candidate.constructor equals bird, return true, else return false. Note, since the constructor property can be overwritten, which will be covered in the next two challenges, generally better to use the instance of method to check the type of an object. I already forgot how to use the instance of. I hope there's more challenges in the future with these things, so I can hammer reading my brain with repetition. Since the constructor property can be overwritten, which will be covered in the next challenge, it's generally better to use the instance of method to check the type of an object. Write a join dog fraternity function that takes a candidate parameter and using the constructor property return true if the candidate is a dog, or otherwise return false. So I think, and then outside of here, I'm gonna check if this is a candidate, if candidate dot constructor equals true, return true, else return false. I think that's it. Otherwise, return false. Candidate.constructor. Oh, it's the other way around. No, it's right. Candidate.constructor. Equals bird. Oh. Not equals true. So it's join. So it's equals dog here. Join dog fraternity. Why is this wrong? No. Maybe it has to be inside of the function. Yeah, I think it has to be inside of the function. This should work, I think. I'm not sure. Now it should be dog here, I think. Yeah. So I'm checking to see if candidate is a constructor of dog. No. I don't understand this one very well, so I'm gonna spend more time on it. There is a special constructor property located on the object instance duck and beagle. So duck is the bird and beagle the dog. They were created in the previous challenges. Note that the constructor property is a reference to the constructor function that created the instance. The advantage of the constructor property is that it's possible to check for this property to find out what kind of object it is. Here's an example of how this could be used. So it checks for which kind of object it is. This property is. If candidate.constructor equals bird, return true. So it's checking to see if the constructor of candidate is a bird, which it is. But the argument candidate is a it isn't, I think. It is or it isn't? Because shouldn't this argument be from this function here? Maybe I need to erase this first statement. And I need to put this on dog, but no, only change code below this one. Since the constructor property can be overwritten, which will be covered in the next challenges, it's generally better to use the instance of method to check the type of an object. Write a join dog fraternity function that takes a candidate parameter and using the constructor property return true if the candidate is a dog, otherwise return false. And I think this portion here should be deleted. It takes a candidate parameter and using the constructor property return true if the candidate is a dog, otherwise return false. Oh, so now I get it. So the candidate argument is gonna be equal to a property of dog. If it is equal, then it's gonna return true, and if it's not, it's gonna return false. No, I think we understand. Up until now, we have been adding properties to the property prototype individually. This becomes tedious after more than a few properties. It functions a more efficient way. How can I let me wait a sec? I wanna ban these guys that keep spamming, wanna become famous on my chats. How do I ban these motherfuckers? Need to change the screen? Yeah. What's the command to ban someone from chats? Let me look on DuckDuckGo. I never used any of these commands on how to ban someone from Twitch chats. Maybe it's just slash ban. Chat commands, Twitch. I think they have a lot of these accounts that keep spamming. It's probably a lot of bots, but I'm gonna try to ban some of them, and if they keep coming, then I'm just gonna let them. Use the ignore feature. What if you're being harassing someone else? Sure, no. Prevent harassment on Twitch by blocking other users. Let's see which you can block. Acquire users, show me channels. Maybe I need to go through stream elements and see the commands I have there. Timeout, ban a user, slash ban. It's here. Slash ban. How can I? This should work, okay? Oh, I'm gonna forget it. It's probably just a bunch of bots. Maybe I've typed wrong. Let me try again. 5 casas. It says it doesn't exist. I've tried that before, I think. Oh, it's L. I've typed it wrong. Yeah, thank you for helping me. Yes, there we go. Oh, fuck this guy. I wonder if these people make money doing this, or they just do it for trolls or something like that. Up until now, we have been adding properties to the prototype individually. This becomes tedious after more than a few properties. Did I change the screen? Yeah. Bird.prototype.its equal function. So it creates a function for the for a specific prototype. More efficient way is to set probably bots that go everywhere, and the creator gets money if you pass the link. Yeah, but I wonder if anybody ever clicks these links, you know? Like, I can't imagine someone clicking that and thinking it's gonna work. It's so like, I would never do something like that. And I think most people, probably everybody, will not do it as well. A more efficient way is to set the prototype to a new object that already contains the property. Set the prototype to a new object that already contains the properties. This way the properties are added all at once. So it creates a new object. Prototype, bird prototype. Describe function. And then it puts all the properties, all the prototypes properties of that object into the function. Add the property num legs and the two methods it and describe. Row design. Okay. Add the property num legs and the two methods it and describe to the prototype of dog by setting the prototype to a new object. So dog dot, oh no, it's already written up there. And two, and the two methods it and describe. So num legs for, and this is common. It's a function. No, it's two dots and then function. I don't think it's necessary to put this console log, but maybe I'll put it later. So this dog has 3 prototypes: num legs, it, and describe. It and describe are functions that do different things. And num legs is fixed. So add the properties to the prototype of dog by setting the prototype to a new object. Which is already done there. Yes, there we go. And so far this section is a lot easier than the previous one. At least so far. Maybe it's because they are giving me the similar, basically the answer on the example. Define the constructor property on the dog prototype. I'm going to change code below this one. Define the constructor property on the dog prototype. Okay. So maybe it's gonna be like the other one. To check if it's true or not. No. There's one crucial side effect of manually setting the prototype to a new object. It erases the constructor property. This property can be used to check which constructor function created the instance, but since the property has been overwritten, it now gives false results. So when you create the prototype, it overwrites the constructor, which is dog, I think. Because you're creating a new function. So duck.constructor bird object false. Let the constructor true, all objects inherit from object.prototype. The instance of bird true still works. So instance of works, but constructor not. To fix this, whenever a prototype is manually set to a new object, remember to define the constructor property. Whenever a prototype is manually set to a new object, remember to define the constructor property. So just constructor and then dot. I'm assuming. Yeah, there we go. Just like people inherited genes from their parents, an object inherits its prototype. Inherits its prototype directly from the construction function that created. For example, here the bird constructor creates the duck object. Duck inherits its property from the bird constructor function. We show this relationship with the isPrototypeOf method. So beagle, no. Oh, so I'm checking if the variable comes later. Let's say isPrototypeOf beagle. Which is a little bit counterintuitive. So I'm checking if beagle is a prototype of dog. It should be named. This prototype, no. In my mind, should be the other way around. Makes much sense to me. Beagle prototype is prototype of. But I think that's the way to do it. Yeah. Next one. All objects in JavaScript with few exceptions have a prototype. Also, an object's prototype itself is an object. Like Inception. Because a prototype is an object, a prototype can have its own prototype. In this case, a prototype of a bird prototype is object prototype. Object prototype. So each one is a prototype of the other one. So bird.prototype is a prototype of object. How is this useful? You may recall the hasOwnProperty method from a previous challenge. The hasOwnProperty name. Use true. The hasOwnProperty method is defined in object.prototype, which can be accessed by bird prototype, which can then be accessed by duck. This is an example of the prototype chain. In this prototype chain, bird is the supertype for duck, while duck is the subtype. Object is a supertype for both bird and duck. Object is a supertype for all objects in JavaScript. Therefore, any object can use the hasOwnProperty method. Modify the code to show the correct prototype chain. Fix the code below so that it evaluates to true. So it's like a chain, right? So dog is a property of objects. Since all of the elements. And object is a supertype from which dog is a prototype, and beagle is a prototype of dog, which is a prototype of objects. So it's like a scale. The code should show that object.prototype is a prototype of dog prototype. Here. Now it should work. Yeah, there we go. There's a principle in programming called don't repeat yourself. Right. The reason repeating the code is a problem is because any change requires fixing code in multiple places. This usually means more work for programmers and more room for errors. Notice in the example below that the describe method is shared by bird and dog. So describe. The describe method is repeated in two places. The code can be edited to follow the right principle by creating a supertype or parent called animal. So supertype is gonna have both dog and bird. Function animal creates empty, then animal.prototype, constructor animal, describe function, then just puts the describe function in the animal prototype. But how is animal linked to bird and dog? By the describe function. What makes animal a supertype of bird and dog? Since animal includes the describe method, you can remove it from bird and dog. Shouldn't you put bird and dog here as arguments for animal? That describe method is shared by bird and dog. Since animal includes the describe method, you can remove it from. The eat method is repeated. Eat. Which one I'm gonna here. So I'm gonna change here. And then I'm gonna create a function. Eat function. And I'm gonna put console. I'm not sure if, because there's nothing attached to the string here. So I can put this method, this dot something, this dot it. No. Yeah, I think that's it. The it method is repeated in both cat and bear. Cat, bear. Edit the code in this spirit of drive by moving the it method to the animal supertype. Now I can delete from both of them, I think. also. Functions cat. Oh, it creates all of this inside of the function cat. That's how it knows. I think I'm getting it, but it's a little bit confusing. I might have to. I'm definitely going to have to look at this again in the future to fix it and make it more clear on my mind. All of them are separate. Function cat is just name, then cat prototype, constructor cat, which is a prototype, another prototype of cat, and function bear, this name, which is another function, another constructor, which has this prototype. And then the function animal has the prototype of eat function. But I still don't understand how it can relate to bear and cat. Maybe it has to. I think this is gonna be wrong though. No, it's right. In my mind, it makes more sense that here should be cat and bear. Like this. To specify which constructor functions will be linked to this animal function. This also works. So I'm not sure which one is the correct one. Maybe it will say on the next ones. For now I'm gonna leave it at this because that's the way he does. Well, the cat and bear and the animal don't go anywhere, so it doesn't change anything. The cat and bear and animal don't go anywhere. Yeah, that's true. I understand. But how do you know how animal is linked to bear and cat? How does JavaScript knows that the int function inside of animal is going to be related to bear and cat? It will make more sense with JavaScript classes where you write class cat extends animal. Okay, so it'll make more sense on the next lessons. In the previous challenge, you created a supertype called animal that defined behaviors shared by all animals. So these are the lines I'm going to change. Animal.prototype it function. This in the next challenge will cover how to reuse animals methods inside bird and dog without defining them again. How to reuse animals methods inside bird and dog. It uses a technique called inheritance. This challenge covers the first step. Make an instance of the supertype or parent. You already know one way to create an instance of animal using the new operator. These are some disadvantages when using this syntax for inheritance, which are too complex for the scope of this challenge. Instead, here's an alternative approach about those disadvantages. So instead of new, use object.create animal prototype. Object.create object creates a new object and sets object as the new object's prototype. Recall that the prototypes like the recipe for creating an object. By setting the prototype of animal to be animal's prototype, you are effectively giving the animal instance the same recipe as any other instance of animal. Animal.teach prints animal instance of animal equals true. Is true. Use objects object create to make an instance of animal named duck and beagle. Duck prototype here of undefined. So duck's not defined. So prototype dot duck. No. Maybe I have to create the duck function. Object.create animal prototype. Yeah. And this will automatically make the prototype of animal. No, understand. It was super easy section so far. In the previous challenge, you saw the first step for inheriting behavior from the supertype or parent animal, making a new instance of animal. This challenge covers the next step. Set the prototype of the subtype or child, in this case bird, to be an instance of animal. Bird.prototype equals object.create animal prototype. Remember that the prototype is like the recipe for creating an object. In a way, the recipe for bird now includes all the key ingredients from animal. Let duck equal new bird Donald. Duck.it. So Donald is the name of the bird, and the bird has the function. Duck inherits all of animal's properties, including the init method. Modify the code so that the instance of dog inherits from animal. So it's here probably. No, it's the prototype or the dog itself. Dog.prototype should be an instance of animal. Change code below the line. So dog.prototype equals to object.create animal.prototype. There we go. I wasn't sure if it was before or after the let, but it makes more sense to be after. After it creates the variable beagle. But actually I don't think it makes any difference now that I think about it. When an object inherits its prototype from another object, it also inherits the supertype's constructor property. Here's an example. Function bird prototype, so bird prototypes pulling from animal prototype. That duck equal new bird. Duck constructor function animal. So the duck is inheriting everything from animal because it is a bird, and the constructor of bird is animal. An object inherits prototype from another object. It also inherits the supertype's constructor property. But duck and all instances of bird should show that they were constructed by bird, not animal. To do so, you can manually set bird's constructor property to the bird object. Fix the code below this line. So bird and dog are prototypes of animal. Bird and dog prototype are prototypes of animal. And I wanna make the constructor equal bird and prototype. Let duck equal new bird. Let beagle equal new dog. So the constructor of duck is new bird. So I'm guessing it should be before this. And beagle constructor return the respective constructor. No, I don't think it makes any difference. So basically just copy this and change here. Instead of animal, I put bird. Instead of animal, I put dog. No? Maybe it's after then. Let's see this, if it changes anything. Duck.constructor. No. I think it can be before. I assign the variables. I think this is it. No? Makes more sense before, yeah. Oh, constructor, forgot. Because the one assign a prototype equals bird. That should be the constructor for bird. Bird prototype constructor equals bird. So that the bird is the constructor of the bird prototype and not animal, and so on. Constructor function that inherits its prototype object from a supertype constructor function can still have its own methods in addition to inherited methods. For example, bird is a constructor that inherits its prototype from animal. So animal is a constructor, bird comes after animal. Bird.prototype equals object.create animal prototype. Bird.prototype.constructor equal bird. In addition to what is inherited from animal, you want to add behavior that is unique to bird objects. Here, bird will get a fly function. Functions are added to bird's prototype the same way as any constructor function. So bird.prototype.fly equals function. Now instance of bird will have both it and fly methods. But the fly is from bird and not from animal. It fly. Add all necessary code so the dog object inherits from animal and dog's prototype. So I'm gonna change code here. Add all necessary code so the dog object inherits from animal, and the dog's prototype constructor is set to dog. Let me see. I'm trying to remember instead of looking at the thing. Object dot create animal dot prototype should be the first line, and dog dot proto. Oh, I typed the wrong one. Prototype equals constructor dot constructor. It's gonna be equal to dog. I don't remember if that. I don't think this is necessary, but it might be. Maybe it is necessary. Prototype. And then add the bark method to the dog object, so dog dot prototype dot bark. It's a function. This function should be like this. Bark method to dogs object, so the beagle can both eat bark and bark. The bark method should print woof. Console.log woof. I think that's it. Then the bark method to the dog object, so that beagle can. Let's see. Yes, there we go. Let me see if I put the brackets here. If it still works. Yeah, so it doesn't have the brackets. In previous lessons, you learned that an object can inherit its behavior methods from another object by referencing its prototype object. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab some water. I'm gonna close this tab here. My throat is. let's continue. Previous lessons, you learned that an object can inherit its behavior methods from another object by referencing its prototype object. Child object.prototype equals create. And the child object receives its own methods by chaining them onto its prototype. Method name function. It's possible to override an inherited method. It's done the same way, by adding a method to child object to that prototype using the same method name as the one to override. Here's an example of bird overriding its method inherited from animal. So it's the same thing, but you put date. You assign a new value to the date function. If you have an instance let duck equals new bird and you call duckIt, this is how JavaScript looks for the method on duck's prototype chain. Duck, is it defined here? No. Bird, is it defined here? Yes. Execute it and stop searching. Animal, it is also defined. But JavaScript stopped searching before reaching this level. So it checks first for the bird and then for that's why you have to reassign the constructor, I think, for each one, because otherwise it's gonna look at the super type first. Object, JavaScript stopped searching before reaching this level. So it goes from the one you're calling up to the broader ones, respectively, I think. So the first one is duck, the other one is bird, then animal, then override the fly method for penguin so that it returns alias this is a flightless bird. Override the fly method for penguin dot prototype fly function didn't need the empty strings here. So penguin fly undefined. Why is undefined? Maybe it doesn't have this console log here. Return. Yeah, this should be it. Because I'm not returning anything, I was just printing that. I think it makes sense more, but I think it makes more sense before. Yeah, I'm not sure what you're referring to, but probably my confusion before. As I've seen, behavior is shared through inheritance. However, there are cases when inheritance is not the best solution. Inheritance does not work well for unrelated objects like bird and an airplane. They can both fly, but a bird is not a type of airplane and vice versa. For unrelated objects, it's better to use mixins. A mixin allows other objects to use a collection of functions. So it's kind of like a prototype, but it's not attached to the to any constructor. If I understand this. That fly mixing equal functional object. Object.fly function console fly English. Fly mixing takes any object and gives it the fly method. Yeah, it takes any object, which is the argument of the function there. Let bird. I wonder if these names are necessary or if they're just part of kind of like a standard, like the same thing as the parameters in science, like meters, and there's a standard way to do it, but it doesn't matter which name you put there, it still does the same thing. Fly mixing takes any object and gives it a fly method. So fly mixing bird, fly mixing plane should give a flying wish console. Here bird and plane are passed into fly mixing, which then assigns a fly function to each object. Now bird and plane can both fly. Note how the mixing allows for the same fly method to be reused by unrelated objects bird and plane. Create a mixing named glide mixing. So glide mixing. I think there's the let there. I'm not sure. Function, object, and then object dot, and defines a method glide. Equals to maybe this thing is not necessary. Then use the glide mixing to give both bird and boat the ability to glide. But what goes inside here? What does glide mean? It defines a method named glide. Then use glide mixing. Glide mixing bird. Glide mixing boats. So let's see if I type this wrong. This right. Glide mixing function object. Oh, I forgot the function here. Let's see if this passes. And here's not returning anything. Let me search what does glide mean. I think that's the right. Move slowly, continuously, and effortlessly. I'll choose glide instance. Okay. It gives object the function glide. Yeah. In the previous challenge, bird had a public property name. It is considered public because it can be accessed and changed outside of bird's definition. Gliding is flying without flapping your wings. Oh, I see. I forgot the name of the thing, but There is a sport where the people do that, right? Okay, bird.name Duffy. Therefore, any part of your code can easily change the name of bird to any value. Any part of your code can easily change the name of bird to any value. Think about things like passwords and bank accounts being easily changeable by any part of your code base. That could cause a lot of issues. The simplest way to make this public property private is by creating a variable within the constructor function. This changes the scope of the variable to be within the constructor function versus available globally. This way, the variable can only be accessed and changed by methods also within the constructor function. Okay, so function bird let. So that's a private variable from bird, publicly available method that a bird object can use. This.get hashtag counts equal function. So this is the public one because it has the this method, I think. So any instance of a bird can use this, but can override this, but not this one. Let ducky equal new bird. Ducky get hatched returns that. Here get hatched account is a privileged method because it has access to the private variable hatched egg. Oh, so it gets the hatched egg from here. Because it has access to the private variable hatched egg. This is possible because hatched egg is declared in the same context as get hatched egg count. In JavaScript, a function always has access to the context in which it was created. This is called closure. Function always has access to the context in which it was created. So inside of the function, it has access to everything. Change how weight is declared in the bird. Is declared in the bird function, so it's private variable. So it is a private variable. Then create a method. So I think, instead of this, dot weight should be weight. Let weight or const weight. Maybe let weight is better. Then create a method get weight that returns this, and this gets weight. Is it uppercase or lowercase? It's written in uppercase there, so function return weight, probably. Create a method get weight that returns a value of weight 15. That's yeah, there we go. Easy one. Common pattern in JavaScript is to execute a function as soon as it is declared. To execute a function as soon as it is declared. This is an anonymous function expression that executes right away. Outputs chirp chirp immediately. So because there is no variables or arguments, when you do the brackets, okay. Note that the function has no name and is not stored in a variable. The true parentheses at the end of the function expression cause it to be immediately executed or invoked. This pattern is known as an immediately invoked function expression, or IIFA. Rewrite the function makeNest and remove its calls on status and anonymous immediately invoked function. So instead of this, and this should be in brackets here, and then delete this. There we go. Okay, almost done. An immediately invoked function expression is often used to group related functionality into a single object or module. For example, an earlier challenge defined two mixins, glide and fly mixin. You can group these mixins into a module as follows. So put the brackets inside both of them. The two parentheses cause the function to be immediately invoked. Note that you have an immediately invoked function expression that returns an object motion module. These, oh, now I get. The brackets are inside of the variable. That's why I don't need to call the variable. This returned object contains all of the mixing behaviors as properties of the object. The advantage of the module parent is that all of the motion behaviors can be packaged into a single object that can then be used by other parts of your code. Here's an example using it. Motion module, but line mixing duck glide. Motion module dot glide mixing calls the glide mixing, and then assigns duck that function. Yeah, get it. Create a module named fun module. I guess it's gonna be this is asking me to do. Maybe this should be inside here. And then I have to erase the flat. For module trap, the two mixings, execute mixing and sing mixing. So execute and sing. So inside there has a function. And that's why it's not working. And that's what I didn't see before. And here. Now it works. Yeah. So the function comes first, and then it puts both things inside of the function. So it encapsulates everything on one function. For module should return an object, and then I should put this maybe, and then let's should be defined and return an object. For module should be access as a function. Should access a function. And do it like this. So oh, and this is an object. I think I need to change the variables here. So instead of them being variables, they are functions from. And they are objects from the function, from the bigger function. So why is this giving me an error here? Function. Maybe return before. No, I don't think this is gonna change anything, but might be the thing that's wrong. No. Parsing mix. Yeah, but if I delete this, it's gonna give me the other one. Let's see. So these brackets are confusing, man. This is equivalent to this. This should be equivalent to this. Let me delete this for now. I know I'm supposed to have another one here. So this is from this. No, I think that one was necessary. Yeah, here is necessary. Or maybe it is like this. And then I delete one of this. Yeah, there we go. It's because it was the two dots, right? And not the comma. This close here, close here, close here. Closes here, this one closes here, and this one. So this function outside returns these two classes. But what if I want only one of them? Then I specify which one it is when I'm assigning them. Create a module named fun module to wrap the two mixings. One module should return an object. Yeah, let's test this. No. So let's think about it. Fun module should be defined and return an object. So fun module. And this is giving me wrong. Equals, no, here. Equals function return. You removed the oh. So I need to call it in there. Maybe that's. Oh, now it works. Okay, yeah, thank you. And now. Functional programming challenges. I think maybe this is the last section before the projects, I think. So let me read this first. Function that returns a string representing a cup of green tea. Given a function representing the tea type and number of cups needed, the following function returns an array of strings, each representing a cup of a specific type of tea. Const tea or that cups equals 1. Then this is a for loop here. It makes cups teacup equals prepare tea, which is a function here. And then it pushes the value to the array. Return teacups. And I'm supposed to change this line here. Functional programming is a style of programming where solutions are simple, isolated functions without any side effects outside the function scope. Input, process, output. Functional programming is about isolated functions. There is no dependence on the state of the program, which includes global variables that are subject to change. So it includes global variables. Pure functions, the same input always gives the same output. Functions with limited side effects. Any changes or mutations to the state of the program outside the function are carefully controlled. The members of your code camp happen to love tea. The code editor, the prepare tea and get tea, functions are already defined for you. Call the get tea function to get 40 cups of tea for the tea and store them in the for t14 variable. Call the get tea function to get. So I guess is gonna be like this. 40 is the argument. And it's gonna loop 40 times through this loop. It's gonna push each time to teacup. I'm just reading to see if I understand what's happening. Get the number of cups. So get the receives number of cups as argument. Has an empty array. Then it loops 40 times to this empty array. And this function is green tea, that returns. So this array is gonna have 40 green tea. The FCC team had a mood swing and now wants two types of tea: green tea, black tea. Green tea, black. General fact: client mood swings are pretty common. The information we need to revisit the getT function from last challenge. We handle various T requests. We modify getT to accept a function as a parameter to be able to change the type of T it prepares. This makes getT more flexible and gives the programmer more control when client requests change. So there's two types of T now, prepare and black. And this accepts two arguments. Then loops to the number of cups and pushes teacup, which is equal prepare tea. How does it know which one is which? Return teacups. So the prepared tea is gonna be either one of the functions. The number of cups is gonna be the amount of each. Prepare 27 of green tea and 13 get tea. 27 of green. Prepare green tea. 27. Prepare black tea. And this is gonna be 13. Note that the get tea function has been modified so it now takes a function as the argument, as the first argument. Note the number of cups of tea is applied as the last argument. We'll discuss this more in later lessons. I'm still gonna read everything, I think. But first, let's cover some functional terminology. Callbacks are the functions that are slipped or passed into another function to decide the invocation of that function. You may have seen them passed to other methods, for example in the filter. The callback function tells JavaScript the criteria for how to filter an array. Functions that can be assigned to a variable, passed into another function, or returned from another function just like any other normal value are called first-class functions. In JavaScript, all functions are first-class functions. The functions that take a function as an argument or return a function as a return value are called higher order functions. When the functions are passed into another function or returned from another function, then those functions which gets passed in or returned can be called a lambda. Okay. Understand the hazards of using imperative code. Tabs is an array of titles of each site open within the window. You keep a record of the array inside the object. When you join the two windows into one window, prototype join, this tabs equals this tabs.concat other window, return this. When you open a new tab at the end, window prototype tab open function tab. Let's open a new tab for you for now. When you close a tab, when you change code below this line, wow, is a giant page. Get the tabs before the tab, get the tabs after the tab. Oh, this one is gonna be harder, probably. Join them together. Social. Okay. Now let me read. Functional programming is a good habit. It keeps your code easy to manage and saves it from sneaky bugs. But before we get there, let's look at an imperative approach to programming to highlight where you may have issues. In English and many other languages, the imperative tense is used to give commands. Similarly, an imperative style in programming is one that gives the computer a set of statements to perform a task. Often the statements change the state of the program, like updating global variables. A classic example is writing a for loop that gives exact directions to iterate of the indices of an array. In contrast, functional programming is a form of declarative programming. Tell the computer what you want done by calling a method or a function. JavaScript offers many predefined methods that handle common tasks, so you don't need to write out how the computer should perform them. For example, instead of using the for loop mentioned above, you could call the map method, which handles the details of iterating over an array. This helps to avoid semantic errors, like the off by one errors that were covered in the debugging section. Consider the scenario. You are browsing the web in your browser and want to track the tabs you have opened. Let's try to model this using some simple object-oriented code. The window object is made up of tabs, and you usually have more than one window open. The titles of each open site in each window object is held in an array. After working in the browser, opening new tabs, merging windows, and closing tabs, you want to print the tabs that are still open. Closed tabs are removed from the array, and new tabs, for simplicity, get added to the end of it. So closed tabs are removed, and new tabs are moved to the end. The code editor shows an implementation of this functionality with functions for tab open, tab close, and join. When you join two windows into one. Okay. So this is the join. This is the open, close, function index. So the closed one is the one I'm gonna change. The open ones just push new tab to the array. And where's the array? The array is gonna be tabs. Of tabs of each site open within the room. Keep a record of the array inside the object. Window prototype close, tab close equal function index. This tabs is splice 0 index. Before index 0 index, after index plus 1. Get the tabs before the tab, get the tabs after the tab. Okay, now I think I'm kind of understanding this. Examine the code in the editor. Using a method that has side effects in the program, causing incorrect behavior. The final list of open tabs stored in final tabs should be and stored in final tabs. Where is this? Final tabs here. Now perform the tab opening, closing, and other operations. A new tab for cat memes, tab not open. Close third tab in video window and join. So final tabs here. And tabs is the method of window. Okay, the final list of open tabs stored in final tabs should be Facebook, Twitter, Reddit, Twitter, Medium, new tab, Netflix, YouTube. So Vine is missing. Gmail docs, Gmail work, mail. So Vine, Gmail, and work mail are missing. But the list produced by the code is slightly different. So these ones are missing. Change window dot prototype that tab close so that it removes the correct tab. So that it removes the correct tab. So I just need to change the index. It doesn't make sense because index should be the argument of the function. So it's not a fixed value, or is it? Yeah, index is not the thing I'm gonna change, I think. So I don't understand exactly what is asking to do. Final tabs, dot tabs should be. I'm gonna read it again to try to understand better. Closed tabs are removed from the array, new tabs first at least get added to the end of it. So this puts them together. This pushes a new tab into the end of the array. And this closes the tab. So before it's closed, it has a 0 until index value. These are tabs equals tabs before index dot concat tabs after index. And it pushes them in and concatenates them into one. So before I start, goes from 0 to the index, which the tab was at, and after it goes from the index 2 plus 1. Get the tabs after the tab. But what if you close a tab in the middle? Like if the array is 6, the length of the array is 6, and you close the tab at 3. It goes from 0 to 3 and then 4. It doesn't get the entire length of the array. So I think this is what I have to change maybe. Instead of 1 has to be tabs. Tabs brackets length. Maybe. Code editor shows an implementation. After working in the browser, blah blah blah, we want to print the tabs that are still open. Closed tabs are removed from the array, new tabs for simplicity. The code editor shows an implementation of this functionality with functions for tab open, tab close, and join. The array tabs is part of the object of the window object that stores the name of the open pages. So I'm gonna run into the problem of the last index here. How to get the last index of tabs. Examine the code in the editor. This is a method that has side effects in the program, causing incorrect behavior. Find a list of open tabs stored in final tabs. Tabs should be Facebook. Let's try something like this. This I think is not gonna work. Tabs is undefined. So the name of the array is tabs. This dot tabs, not splice. The length is not defined. Let's try -1 here. Bind Gmail inbox. So this inbox shouldn't be here. Let's see if this works. It still doesn't work. Now I think it's adding more than necessary. What if I put a comma here instead of plus? Yeah, it's not gonna work. There's a new tab here, new tab here. This stuff I have trouble with. these array methods and string methods. What you want done by calling a method or function. JavaScript offers many predefined methods that handle common tasks, so you don't need to write out how the computer should perform them. For example, instead of using the for loop mentioned above, you could call the map method, which handles the details of iterating over and over. This helps to avoid semantic errors, like the off by one errors that we'll cover in the debugging section. Consider this scenario: you're browsing the web in your browser and want to track the tabs you have opened. Let's try to model this using some simple object-oriented code. A window object is made up of tabs. We usually have more than one window open. The titles of each open site in each window object is held in an array. Or did I stop reading? After working in the browser, opening new tab, merging windows and closing tabs, you want to print the tabs that are still open. You want to print the tabs that are still open. Okay. Closed tabs are removed from the array, and new tabs, for simplicity, get added to the end of it. So closed tabs are removed, and the new ones added to the end. In code editor shows the implementation of this functionality with functions for tab open, tab close, and join. The array tabs is part of the window object that stores the name of the open pages. Tab open opens the new tab. Tab join. Window dot tab close. So tab close should invoke this. And invokes the video window object. Close third tab in video window. So let's think about what does this do. It goes on to the work window, gets the index 2, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2. And then it joins, but it's not joining all the way. I'm sure this should be the problem here. Is this splice method. Maybe slice instead of splice. Examine the code in the editor. It's using a method that has side effects in the program, causing incorrect behavior. Find a list of open tabs stored in the final tabs. Should be So this is the only one that has free code camp. Facebook, Twitter, Reddit. Social window.tab open. So first it gets this window here. Goes up to medium. Then it concatenates .tab open .tab .join, which is gonna join this tab open with video window, which is this one. .tab close third tab in video window, join. So this goes until Vimeo. Video, but here's new tab instead of Netflix. Oh, so this new tab should be there. Medium new tab. It's just demonstrate where the new tab is being opened at. Where it joins them both. Okay. New tab, then Netflix, YouTube, and you cut it out Vimeo. But it's supposed to keep Vine. It's not keeping Vine. I think that's the problem here. Get the tabs after the tab. So it's cutting the work window? No. First it gets the social window. Facebook, Twitter, Medium. Then it joins it with video window, which is this one. And zero it's cutting the Vimeo out of it and doesn't have the Vine and goes straight to the YouTube, which is the first one. No. YouTube, then starts here, work window, it's, Gmail plus tab open, tab close one plus tab open, and then it goes straight to docs here and skips work mail. Let's change this to true and see what happens. Free code camp, docs, free code camp, and the new tab. Let's change this to true. So Medium, new tab. Now Netflix, YouTube, go straight to Gmail. So let's do this and see what happens. No, still Gmail. I have to understand how to see. No. I have to understand how this splice method works better. Change this so that it removes the correct tab. It's gonna be either, it's gonna be an array. Splice. Here. Splice method changes the contents of an array by removing or replacing existing elements and or adding new elements in place. Bases one element at index 4. So the second argument is the amount of elements changes. Maybe it's the other way around. The index at which to start changing the array. If greater than the length of the array, start will be set to the length of the array. In this case, no element will be deleted, but the method will behave as an adding function, and adding as many elements as item and provider. If negative, it will begin that many elements from the end. It will begin that many elements from the end. An integer indicating the number of elements in the array to remove from start. When you call here, it calls only one argument. So it should be 0 and 2 there. 0, 2. And 2 plus 1. In 0, 2 should cut the third. Oh, it's because since only the second one, since only has one argument, is deleting every argument up to this point. But I already tried to make this equal to index. It doesn't work. Let's see if this works. Before I saw Vine there. Facebook, Twitter, Reddit, Twitter, Medium, New Tab, Netflix, Vine. So it's cutting YouTube and Vimeo. It's supposed to only cut Vimeo, which is the third element. Maybe -1 here. Netflix, Vimeo, Vine. Yeah, now it's not cutting anything. Let's check here. Twitter, New Tab, Netflix, YouTube. It's cutting YouTube. Netflix, YouTube. Then it's cutting YouTube, and I want to cut Vimeo. Netflix, YouTube, Gmail. So maybe -1 here. To Vine, Gmail. Now it should be working, I think. Inbox. Should cut inbox. Gmail, inbox, work mail, docs, free code camp, new tab. So inbox is the only one. Why? Because it's gonna spy 0 if I do it like this. Because the index is 1. Maybe if I just do... Yeah, I don't think it's gonna work, but... Yeah. So this is almost kinda... Let me watch a video on this.
Quer entregar a melhor experiência de compras no seu e-commerce? Vem para o Pagar.me.
Seu ritual detox. Head and Shoulders Detox da Raiz. Purifica, cuida e hidrata.
The array.splice method changes an array by removing or replacing existing elements from it. It gets a starting index, a count, meaning how
There we go.
many elements you want to remove, and it can also get optionally new elements which will be placed inside of the array. In the end, it will change the array on which is called upon, and it will return an array with the removed items. It's a tricky method, so let's look at some examples. Here we have the numbers array, which is an array of 5 numbers from 1 to 5. Let's remove the last 3 elements from the array. Numbers.splice. So as I said, first it needs the starting index, so in our case will be 0, 1, 2. Next will be how many items we want to remove, and in our case we want 1, 2, 3 items. And we can optionally pass in new items, but for now let's just remove them. Console.log now, the numbers, we can see that our array was manipulated, it was changed. And if we're going to store what is returned from the splice method, let's call result, or let's call them deleted, because that's what it is, deleted. We're going to get an array of all the elements which are deleted.
So I
let's add new elements in place of the ones we're deleting. So instead of 3, 4, 5, let's add 6 and 7. These come as parameters for the function. As many numbers you want to add, you can add them at the end. And now if we're console logging both the numbers array to see what happened with it, and the deleted array, we can see that now we have 1, 2, 6, and 7 in the first array because we removed 3, 4, and 5. Another example could be if, let's say, you don't want to remove anything from an array, but instead you want to add in something. So we can change this count property to 0 so that we're not removing any elements, but instead we want to push 6 and 7 starting from the 2 index. Let's see how that looks. We can see that our deleted array is now empty, but inside of the numbers array we have 1, 2, 6, and 7 because we started from the index number 2 and we added 2 numbers, 6 and 7. We can add here as many numbers we want, and it will be added inside the array. Now this is not the best way to add items inside of an array, but it's possible using the splice method. Don't forget that the splice method will change the array on which is called upon, which is not always the best way to do it. Alright, that's it with this tutorial. I hope you liked it, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye!
So this splices from 0 until the index he gave, and creates the array becomes this. And that variable. And the after index is supposed to get from the index we gave until the end of the index. Maybe I already tried this, I think. Mine as well. It didn't work, I think. A new tab, Netflix. Then YouTube, Gmail, new tab. I don't understand why this is not working. Index minus. I think I might have to look for the answer in this one. Can make it happen. +1. Yeah, I'm gonna look for the hints, I think. I think a much better way to do it would be to just take it off the tab from the tabs, instead of creating two new arrays and concatenating them together afterwards. Let me get the hint. Let's see. Take a look at the last part of the code to make a conclusion. Where is the issue? After this part of the code is executed, arrays, Facebook, Twitter, Reddit, Twitter, Medium. A new tab for cadence. Factory. After adding a new tab to the array, arrays now. New tab. Oh yeah, that's what tab openness. Join video, close third tab in the video window and join. This part of the code should supposedly close the third window. Index 2 as the count starts from 0. And the third video window about the third window, which is Vimeo in this case. So return array should look like Netflix due to Vine. And after adding it to the main array should be, yeah, which was what I was thinking there. Part 4 dots join, work window, tab close. This part will close second tab, index 1. In the work window should be inbox, and after that push a new tab through the array. Turn in Gmail inbox, work mail docs for that. Camp new tab. And adding it to the main array for a complete array, which should look like this, as mentioned in the instructions. If you compare the requested array and the one we received after running the initial code, we can see that value vine is omitted. Therefore, we need to see what is the cause of this. You can see that value vine is a value of an array video window. In order to know this, we will check the operations done on that array. You see the close tab is performing this array, so we analyze the code containing that method, which was what I was doing. For an index, we will take 2 as the charge. At the beginning, our array video window looks like this. Netflix user Vimeo. The first line is executed variable. We take index 2, values starting from 0, splice 0, 2, and create a new array containing them. And it's supposed to be 0 and 1, right? array now look like this. Tabs before index, Netflix, YouTube, video window, UI. Right, see why splice can be very hazardous. Cells modifies the array it is executed upon and returns that modified array. It is not deterministic. After second line is executed, tabs after index should take values starting from index, in this case 2, and move them from video window array. As you can see that in the current state, Vimeo video window does not have index 2, so empty array is returned. Final state, tabs before index, video window, tabs after index. So index -1 should be there. So the third line and concatenation and return array is the same as tabs before index, which results in both Vimeo and Vine values not being array. But that's I think I tried to do that before. And here's +1. I tried -1 before. It didn't work. I fix YouTube, Vine, Gmail, inbox. Work mail. Oh, it depends on how long is the index, right? Because if it's more than 3, then it's not gonna work. More than 2. The size of the array after it's spliced has to be equal the size of tabs before index. Maybe it's empty. No, that doesn't make sense also. Let's see if this passes. No. Just index is not gonna pass, so I've tried that before. So the first command is gonna cut from 0 until the index is given. Then I want why do I need the last one? Plus length maybe. beginning array video window looks like this. Netflix, YouTube, Vimeo, Vine. After the first line is executed, variable test before index will take 2 index values. Create a new array containing them. Arrays now look like this. So it takes the first 2 out of it. As it always modifies the array is executed upon and returns that modified array. It is not deterministic. After second line is executed, it is not deterministic. After second line is executed, tabs after index should take values that starting from index and remove them from video window array. In this case, should remove them from video window array. As we can see that in the current state, Vimeo Vine video window does not have index 2, so empty array is returned. Final state. So maybe tabs before. Maybe that's the way. To Vimeo Vine. Maybe. Let's see if this passes. No. What is missing here? Medium, new tab. Netflix, YouTube, Vimeo. No, it doesn't cut. That's the problem. It didn't cut anything. Oh, cuts inbox. So yeah, because it's gonna concatenate the same thing. -1. No. After second line is executed, tabs after index should take values starting from index 2. After the third line, concatenation and return array is the same as tabs before index, which results in both Vimeo and Vine values not being in the array. So I want the index should be modified by the same amount that it changed the previous array. When the length of the array should be modified. So that the relationship between the index stays the same. So the length of video window would be the length of tab plus index. Let me try to write this. Okay, so the length of video is going to be equal to length of size before index plus index. And I want to get the same index that I would get if the length remained the same. And before this, it was equal to index. So this is before, this is after. Before. Oh, it wasn't an index before. Before is this. Before. And after it's gonna be minus, right? No. I'm tripping. So if it takes 2 elements out, an array of 5, the video window is gonna be 3. The length will be 3. The length will be the remainder. Be indexed until the end of the say the old length was equal n, and the new length is going to be equals n minus index minus 1. N minus index minus 1. No, it's just going to be n minus index. Because Python is going to remove the elements. So I want to take their whole length minus index, and I want to cut it from there. Using the new index. But the previous index is gonna be. The issue here is that I don't know how to get the length of the entire array. This tabs dot length minus index. No, that doesn't work. This doesn't not giving me an error. So this cuts out doc, but Vimeo is still here. So why does this cut docs but doesn't cut Vimeo? Because it's gonna be equal. The length is 2, but the index is 2 as well. So it cuts from 0 to 2. Index minus 1. Now it's changing cutting vine instead of Vimeo. Plus 1. When it shouldn't cut docs. Should be cutting work mail. No, shouldn't be cutting work mail. Yeah, so this doesn't work. Yeah, I don't know about this one. I think I'm gonna look at the solutions so I don't get stuck here. Using splice, this creates side effects, changes to the originality. It should be avoided in practice in order for the method tab close to work properly. Replace with 1 instead of index. This way, after second line is executed on the current array, we move on to always omit the first value, index 0, and the one with index 1 to the proper array. Oh, so it's just 1 instead of index. God damn. Yeah, thought it was. I didn't think about that. I don't know why. So simple. Oh, it's because I thought it had to be related to index. I don't know why. I didn't think it would be
Hello friends, welcome back. Today we're going to understand the hazard.
A constant there.
Hello friends, welcome back. Today we're going to understand the hazards of using imperative code. Functional programming is a good habit. It keeps your code easy to manage and saves you from sneaky bugs. But before we get there, let's look at imperative approach to programming to highlight where you may have issues. In English and any other language, the imperative tense is used to give commands. And similarly, an imperative style in programming.
The other solution, I'm gonna close this and go to the next one. This does not create side effects. It should be preferred over splice. Yeah, I thought about this also, using slice. Word of caution. Splice should be always used carefully as it modifies the contents it is working on. For documentation differences between splice and slice, please. Yeah. I thought about changing to slice also. Let me see how many hours I'm here for. Yeah, I think after I watch that video, I have to go out to play some poker.
Is one that gives the computer a set of statements to perform a task. Often the statements change the state of the program, like updating global variables. A classical example is writing a for loop that gives exact directions to iterate over the indices of an array. In contrast, functional programming is a form of declarative programming. You tell the computer what you want done by calling a method or function. JavaScript offers many predefined methods that handle common tasks, so you don't need to write out how the computer should perform them. For example, instead of using the for loop mentioned above, you could call the map method, which handles the details of iterating over an array. This helps to avoid semantic errors like off by one errors that were covered in the debugging section. So consider the scenario you are browsing the web in your browser and want to track the tabs you have opened. Let's try to model this using some simple object-oriented code. A window object is made up of tabs. You usually have more than one tab open. The titles of each open site in each window object is held in an array. After working in the browser, opening new tabs, merging windows, and closing tabs, you want to print the tabs that are still open. Closed tabs are removed from the array and new tabs, for simplicity, get added to the end of it. The code editor shows an implementation of this functionality with functions for tab open, tab close, and join. The array tabs is part of the window object that stores the name of the open pages. Examine the code in the editor. It's using a method that has side effects in the program causing incorrect behavior. Of work email, free code tab, new tab. Okay, so it's missing Vine and work email. Change the window.prototype.tab close so that it removes the correct tab. Okay. So basically we just are missing Vine. Yeah, it should include Vine and docs, workmail. Oh no, yeah, so this is what it should have, but this isn't what it has. It doesn't have, it has right after Gmail, it skips work email, goes straight to docs, and then free code camp, and then here. So we need to figure out how to add workmail to this in between Gmail and docs, and Vine between YouTube and Gmail. So the tab is an array of titles for each site open within the window. So the window is a function of tabs. This.tabs is equal to tabs. We keep a record of the array inside the object. So inside of the object, inside of the function, we're keeping a this.tabs. The window.prototype.join, we're adding the function of other window. This.tabs is equal to this.tabs.concat. Other window tabs, return this. When you join two windows into one window. Okay. When you open a new tab at the end. So we open tab is equal to this.tabs, and then we push on a new tab, which means we're just pushing new tab into the array, and then we're returning this, which is the whole window. When you close a tab, use just a function. We only want to change the line below this code, and we only want to change above this one. Okay, wow, this is a lot. Okay, so I just got offline and I kind of take a look at this. Now, they only want us to change the code within here. Now, the thing that I'm noticing is that what we're doing is splicing. If you remember from previous lessons, splicing affects the original data. Okay, so what do I mean by that? Let's see here. Let's console.log. Here we're going to console.log the social window. Right, the social window.tabs here is Facebook, Gitter, Reddit, Twitter, Medium. The splice is actually removing it. So when we call these tabs, we're actually screwing with the data, right? The now all of a sudden the splice becomes equal to Reddit, Twitter, Medium, Reddit, Twitter, Medium. It actually starts at position 2, Reddit, Twitter, Medium. So if we do 2, we're getting 0. We're taking all from 0 to that, and then we don't do that. So what we're doing is we're messing with the social windows. So that gets us Netflix and YouTube, and then our next slice we want to go 3, and that till the end, and that gets us Vine. Okay, cool. And then, well, what we want to do is add this and this together. But you notice that the video window.tabs, you see this is not being affected. Video window.tabs. But if we go splice, this becomes Netflix and YouTube. So here we're pulling them out, but we're not messing with, we're just calling the tabs. And so we want to only use the functions to do that. So, okay, so if we look at what we need to do, what's happening is we're getting tab, Netflix, YouTube, Vine, inbox, and not our work window. Down here, work window.tab close at 1.
Okay, I think I'm done for today. I'll come back tomorrow. And maybe if I can't come back tomorrow, I'll come back Wednesday. So yeah, see you.